Malison: The Cursed City is a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin, and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them, and teaching them new skills. Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close. I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST. There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below.
Wait, no, not that one. I mean, that one's okay, but it doesn't start on that one. There we go. It's gonna be a Genesis kind of night, I think. All right, folks. Let's keep at it. So, yesterday I went through all of these here. There's actually a little bit more detailing I want to do in this one. There's some dots here that don't really work. Oh, hang on, am I muted? Whoa. I'm not muted. I think you're muted. Yep. To keep you warm. Do 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 do, lost in a subway. Do 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 do. I've been thinking a little bit more about my my potential gimmick for a roguelike. And, you know, I'm still thinking about it. I want something that's... Because there's going to be the 7-day roguelike event soon. It's next week, I think. I think it's next week. Or maybe the week after. We'll see. And yeah, I'm looking for like a gimmick that's like something that can inspire some gameplay mechanics, but that's still going to be essentially a normal roguelike. So I can essentially start by making a basic roguelike, and I can just grow it in a you know, cool direction if I have time. Well, something where you can play as anything you can kill. That is a potential idea, but that's a potentially really complicated one. So I'm just kind of thinking a bit more about... I mean, that's something about sort of like, you know, studying artifacts as like a gimmick or a theme. So right now, yeah, I'm looking for a gimmick where like I can essentially just make a really normal roguelike to start, and then just give it kind of a theme, and then maybe some cool ideas are gonna come through, you know? So the idea I got right now kind of comes from what I was talking about yesterday, like something where you're sort of researching, you're kind of like researching or identifying ancient artifacts a lot, and this is like a recurring thing instead of just, you know, the regular kind of identification of items in roguelikes. And I was thinking of a roguelike with a little bit of a meta progression thing. And the meta progression is based on you're like part of like an expedition to unearth or find some, you know, some ancient treasure in some ruins that you only have an approximate location for, right? So the idea would be that every run that you do in the roguelike is like a different expedition, like a different attempt at going into the ruins and bringing back some mysterious treasures and artifacts from in there. And there's a terrible curse, of course. And so, like, the meta progression would be sort of themed around the expedition itself. And then each run would be like a different attempt. You know, a different attempt to go in there. And maybe like the kinds of things you could do for the like management for like, you know, for the meta progression would be like stuff around like, you know, the camp of the expedition, or hiring more people to work on all the things you bring back. And maybe you could like study some of the artifacts you unearth from it. And you would also scout to find new sites. So there would be like the idea is like there could be like a region that you're exploring, and there's multiple sites in that region that you could find or something like that. I know it seems like a good kind of idea, because it seems like the kind of idea that would be very easy to just, like, the base integration of that idea could just be a like normal roguelike. Like, you could absolutely just make a regular roguelike and just sort of theme it after, like, you know, exploring ruins or something, and it would work. And, like, the meta progression could start super simple. And you wouldn't necessarily, like, be choosing sites to explore or anything like that. But then, if I have more time and if it's doing well, then I could build on the meta progression, and I could add, like, more and more management things you do between each run. So yeah, it feels like the kind of idea that's very easy to keep simple at first, and then grow into something more complex if I have time. So I like that kind of idea. I think that kind of idea works really well for game jams. So yeah, I could really just start this as the most normal basic roguelike possible. The only unique thing would be that probably the the characters you're building to send into the ruins would probably be themed around research or something. Maybe it would be more like modern day, you know? Then maybe it'd be the kind of characters you build when you play like a Call of Cthulhu game, right? Like you could have soldier, reporter, researcher, archaeologist, stuff like that. Now, that's one possibility. It could be sort of a modern day thing. It could also be a fantasy. Like that, an expedition to find a hidden, treasure could absolutely be a fantasy thing, too. There's a lot of possibilities here for the setting. And for the general theme. It could also be sort of like a vague theme. Like a theme that's not super strict. Like the technology level of civilization is a little bit ambiguous because you're far away from civilization anyway, So I don't necessarily need to make a tough decision on that. Yep, I'm polishing ending assets still. But also talking about potential ideas for the 7-day roguelike. Yeah, it's a pretty common roguelike setting. But usually there isn't really like an archaeological bent to it. Usually it's more just a hero going down to get, the Amulet of Yendor or the Orb of Zot or, you're just like a hero. It's not really like bringing artifacts back up for study at the camp, that part isn't. Yeah. So that's the one I'm thinking here, to lean into sort of the expedition side. The newest Zelda started that way? Oh, really? You mean like the... I had no idea about that. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of like what sort of mechanics could be part of it. Like what kind of mechanics could you do? Like to make this to make that theme shine with sort of minimal, without too much effort. Well, right now I'm focusing on this ending because it's another ending I really want to polish is the No Going Back ending. That one has a lot of unfinished art assets on it. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom specifically? So it wasn't even a Zelda game at all at first? Because, I mean, this just uses, like, the same world as the previous Zelda game, so... So they just retrofitted, like, a system. So I guess, like, the construction stuff you do in that game used to be for a completely separate non-Zelda game before? Okay, it was a Zelda game, but with an expedition theme to it. And then they decided to just go back to the world of the previous game instead. Maybe they felt that the mechanics really didn't stand on their own enough or something. I actually answered that question in the... I actually answered that question in the Q&A DMs. Basically, yeah, what Daemara said, that the 100 gods are not just about like mutants being really powerful. Like Charon is probably, is definitely like large and potentially powerful enough to, to be a 100 god, but the idea of the 100 gods isn't just that they are the most powerful mutants. It's also that they are like cruel and cunning and ambitious enough that they want to use that power, right? So Charon just doesn't seem like, Charon just kind of seems like he wants to chill. So I think for that reason he would not be one of the 100 gods. Yeah. And also in that answer, I also theorized that maybe not even all of the 100 gods are that powerful. Like there could be, like, imagine there could be like a powerful mafia boss that maybe mutated and might have become like even more powerful in some ways, but might still be the kind of monster that like a team of 4 could take down or something. But because of all the mafia connections and all that and all the influence, they could still essentially be one of the 100 gods, right? So like someone's ambition and cunning could probably compensate for not even being that powerful. That really just refers to sort of the new world order after the Visitor, and isn't just some sort of power ranking for all the cursed on Earth. Yeah, the Spore Queen could absolutely have 100 god potential. Like she can be taken down by a small party of, of individuals, but if she wasn't taken down and had time to like spread her influence and create a huge mega kingdom of spore slaves or something, then yeah, she could absolutely be 100 god, right? Also, I mean, maybe not. Like, maybe her power has sort of limits. Maybe she can only spread so much before, like, like it's kind of up to you to imagine, what would happen if the Spore Queen kept growing. If there would be kind of a cap on how big her influence could go, or if she's got basically world domination potential. But yeah, a lot of that is kind of up to you. It's up to you to imagine. A lot of that is left up in the air a little bit. The no going back ending. I mean, a lot of the endings are kind of intended to be left ambiguous to sort of, leave some room for imagination a bit. I always like that about endings, when there's a lot of room for people to just kind of imagine how things would keep going after. I think those are the most fun kinds of endings. Although it's nice to have something conclusive too sometimes. Well, I would say the promise ending also still leaves a lot up to the imagination. It's still a very weird and complicated world that's left behind, but it's just one that's a bit more like conclusively, it's an ending that's more conclusively a positive one, I guess, but I think it still leaves a lot up to the imagination. But yeah, no going back is probably the ending that sort of leaves the most sort of chaos to imagine, like, kind of a new setting. That was sort of the purpose of that ending. You know, it's sort of the most boring ending to get, but I felt like for that reason it'd be interesting to also kind of make it one of the more fun endings as far as, like, just imagining the world after the game. I feel like that kind of ending that could have otherwise been kind of a throwaway ending because it's literally the ending you get for not doing anything. I feel like that's just a good spot to have an ending like that, you know? It feels like a natural spot to put an ending that just sort of digs into sort of like some sort of world building, you know? It feels like the most natural place to go because you know that ending's not going to be something that has too much sort of emotional attachment to specific characters with it because, you know, again, it's an ending where you didn't do anything, right? So it's like the two paths are either, well, like making a disappointing ending to fit the sort of disappointing outcome, or just go a completely different direction. And yeah, I feel like world building is a good direction to go with that. I mean, sure, you can ask questions, but I'm not gonna answer everything. Like, I like answering questions on sort of like, you know. I like to answer like creative questions and stuff like that, but I don't want to over-explain things too much. Because that kind of takes away from it takes away a little bit from sort of the imagination to fill in every blank. I think the 100 Gods could happen in some level or another in most of the endings. I mean, it's one of those things that's up to you. You know, they're only mentioned in one of the endings, and you could imagine that it's only in that ending that there's enough of a power vacuum for the 100 Gods to grow, and all the other endings you could imagine, you know, those characters are still there, those people still turn into those huge monsters, but they just didn't really have space to take over in the same way, you know? Or it could also be that they're still around and they still took over, but there's just other things to talk about. They're just not as notable because of everything else that happened in those endings. Like, that's up to you. That's up to you what that means for them. Like, I don't see a reason why those unrelated people across the world would not have also turned into the same horrible monsters in the other endings, you know? I mean, you could say that maybe in some of the endings, like, okay, one way you could argue that, okay, maybe those huge monsters, the 100 Gods, for the most part only appeared in the No Going Back ending, because the No Going Back ending is the only one where the visitor stays for all 15 days. So you could maybe argue that, like, okay, it's only in that ending that the visitor stayed long enough to really fuck up those 140 something people, right? Like, that's one way you could look at it. You know? It takes 15 days to really cook those those hundred odd people. You know, in all the other endings, the visitor leaves a little bit earlier, so you know they don't really have time to grow to those proportions, right? So you could go that, or you could imagine that no, they're basically there in all endings or in most of the endings, but depending on what else is going on, maybe they're just not as they don't really dominate the new society as much. They might stay in the shadows more, you know. So yeah, again, it's up to you. There's a lot of ways you could think of it. It could just be really dependent on the ending and how long, you know, on how long the visitor was there for your playthrough, you know? Like, all of that would kind of make sense, I think, with the text of the game. But yeah, it's you know, like with a lot of things, you know, it's kind of up to you. Anything that the game doesn't like specify, you know, anything that doesn't literally go against something that happens in the game, I think, is basically fair game for you to theorize. Let's see here. Who are the people Sybil assimilated? Oh, I imagine the people that Sybil assimilated are, yeah, they're just people that were, like, disappeared over the months. Over the months that Sybil was, you know, was transforming. Like, people from either the actual building or from around the building or, you know. But yeah. That's why they have names. I wanted to imply that, yeah, those are people that... these were actual people before. And they were just slurped into the meat dimension. And then started living very different lives. In which time is slowed down, and so... And they've been there for a long, long time. So we're talking about... yeah, a whole lot of fates worse than death going on. A lot of fates worse than death happening there. I mean, a lot of them don't seem like they're too bothered by it. But, you know, you could also imagine that they've basically all gone mad. You could imagine they've basically all gone mad. You know? Maybe after the first few months of living as someone's uterus, you might lose your mind a little bit. You might lose your mind like a little bit. You might lose your mind when your nervous system, your entire body has been repurposed to become someone else's nervous system. What the fuck is that like? You know? Alright, yeah, weirdos. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited, y'all.
So, it's time to stretch.
Alright, I'm gonna go make me some tea. I'm gonna go make me some tea. But yeah, this is looking way smoother than before. This is looking way smoother than before. Just have a few quadrants left to polish up. You know, I might actually get some hot cocoa tonight. I don't have fancy hot cocoa anymore. I have to go back to the Nestle stuff. I have to go back to the Nestle stuff. Boo. Although I do have bananas, so I could fancy it up with some bananas. I do like to put bananas in my hot cocoa. All right. I will be right back with some hot cocoa. Yeah. we go. There we go. Ooh. I'm back with some hot cocoa with half a very, very ripe banana in there. So it was really time to start using them. I think by tomorrow they'll only be fit to make muffins with, basically. Yeah, banana bread or muffins. Or you can also do the you can like cook some banana with. You can fry some banana in oil and a little alcohol. Some fried bananas are pretty good. Some fried bananas can be pretty good. That's another way to use them up. They're not so overripe that they'll fall apart. Like, they weren't like covered in black spots or anything. I mean, the outer banana was covered in black spots, but the banana itself was just, you know, a little bit softened up. It was just starting to get there. But yeah, I think by tomorrow they'll start to get real ugly. Also, I've noticed this is actually my last packet of hot cocoa. I'm completely out of hot cocoa now. I didn't realize I was teetering on the edge of being chocolate-less. I had no idea this whole time. I was walking a tightrope, and I didn't even know. You know, I have to remedy that. It's not a widely practiced thing to put bananas in hot cocoa, but I think it's great. It's like putting marshmallows in there, but it actually gives a faint little banana taste to the whole thing. It's pretty good. And also the bananas don't melt completely like the marshmallows do. So they kind of remain as a fun little thing to bite into the whole time instead of just disappearing. Yeah, of course. Chocolate goes really well with bananas. And yes, bananas are absolutely the best thing to dip in chocolate fondue. I mean, strawberries are great too, don't get me wrong, but bananas are where it's at for chocolate fondue. Other fruit is good too, you know. I like a strawberry in there. I like yeah, that's actually the thing. Strawberries are bitter, but the chocolate kind of in chocolate fondue that kind of counteracts the bitterness. So that's what makes the strawberries really particularly good. My dad is actually sort of allergic to the acidity of strawberries, and so he can only eat strawberries when they're mixed with chocolate. Otherwise, he gets hives. It counteracts the acidity enough to be magically significant. Hives. Well, it depends on when they're in season or not. When they're in season, strawberries get a lot less bitter and way more sweet. But if you have an allergy, that doesn't really... Like, if you get an actual reaction because of the acidity, that doesn't, you know, you don't not get the reaction just because it's sweet. The acidity is definitely still there. There's always some acidity with it. Even when they're really sweet, even when they're in season and really sweet. Strawberries always have a little bit of an acidic bite. That's part of what makes them good. That's part of what makes them good. Like acidity with sweetness, these just work really well together. I love strawberry jam. Strawberry jam is definitely my go-to. I don't really like raspberry jam. Raspberry jam is is a little too acidic for me. I don't like the... Also marmalade. Big fan of marmalade. Big fan of marmalade over here. Marmalade slaps, as they say. I just finished looking outside yesterday. It's an amazing... Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Apple butter. Apple butter. I imagine that's different from just like, you know, from like regular like apple jam or whatever that's called in English. Yeah, applesauce. Yeah. Huh. I've never had it. Oh, one type of butter that's really good. Maple butter. Maple butter's really good. Obviously something that's a bit easier to get in Canada or in the northern states. But yeah, maple butter is really nice. Maple butter's really nice. I mean, it's a little like Grenache, you know, or those types of like, you know, those types of caramels, but it doesn't have it has a much better consistency. It's more of a butter than something that sticks in your teeth. I always kind of struggle with caramels. I don't like caramel so much. I don't like the stuff that sticks to your teeth. Ooh, I had fresh cheesecake not too long ago. I'm not that into cheesecake. Overall, I'm not that into cheesecake. But a fresh cheesecake, I cannot say no to like a really fresh cheesecake. You know, like cheesecake is something you usually eat cold, but when it's really fresh and it's still hot, that's the best. You would never heat a cheesecake in a microwave or anything like that, right? So like the only time you would eat a warm cheesecake, I think, you know, is when it was just freshly made and just hasn't really completely cooled off yet. That's like the optimal time to eat cheesecake, I think. Optimal cheesecake taste. Something I really like too is lemon pie. Lemon pie is really nice. The kind with meringue on top. Lemon jelly and meringue. Mmm. It's very, very good. And sometimes it has like a graham crust, or sometimes more of a regular pie crust. They're both good. Yes, it has to be a little sour. Yeah, ideally it's a little bit sour at least. I had a few that were just completely sweet, and that was fine. Also, sometimes lemon pies are a bit weird. Like, so, you know, sometimes I get like these little lemon jelly packets and just make the whole thing. Sometimes I just buy a pie crust and I make the filling. Or sometimes it's just like sometimes I just make them. Sometimes I just buy like a whole pre-made one. But the pre-made ones, sometimes they trick you. You know, you think you're getting a regular lemon pie, but it's like something that's like a little bit like a lemon pie, but isn't quite that you get. I was tricked a few times where it wasn't like lemon jelly. It was almost like a lemon cheesecake in like a I don't know, it was like a lemon cheesecake or something. But it really looked like, and also instead of a meringue, it was just like whipped cream on top. It felt like a fake lemon pie. That was so odd. It legit felt like I was tricked. It was like a fake lemon pie. They just looked very similar to a lemon pie, but both main elements of a lemon pie were not what what you expect. Mm. Mm. Oh, another really, really boss, like really amazing dessert. I mentioned it before, I think, in a different stream. It is a Quebec creation, but it's so simple that it's like weird that it comes from Quebec specifically. Like it feels like something so simple that should exist everywhere. The unemployment pudding. Anyone knows the unemployment pudding? It's a very specific Quebec cake. It's really, really basic. It's basically like a simpler. It's like a simpler upside down. Yeah, pudding chômeur in French. Yeah, I did mention this before. It's basically like a really simple upside down pineapple cake. It's basically an upside down pineapple cake, but without the pineapple. You know? It's basically like you take a really basic recipe and you stick to the simplest ingredients of it, the cheapest ingredients of it. And now you get a cake that people were using, you know, when they were unemployed and they wanted to give themselves a treat, but they had no money for it. So it became like a huge thing. Became sort of like a typical Quebec thing. And yeah, it's basically just a regular, it's like a really basic cake with really thick, with like a mixture of of maple syrup and a brown sugar on top. And it's like a puddle of wet brown sugar on top, and you put that in the oven. And as it bakes, yeah, the like the mixture of brown sugar and maple syrup and water, I think, like it kind of goes through the cake and ends up in the bottom. And it's great. It's super simple, but super good. Yeah, it's pudding chômeur in French. Literally means like the pudding of the unemployed. Yeah, pecan pie is basically just sugar pie, just without pecans on top. Yep. Yeah, again, just take a basic recipe and like simplify it a little bit further, and Quebec will say that we made it up. Yeah, pudding chômeur. It's delicious. Super simple, but super good. And if you don't have brown sugar, you can just mix regular sugar with molasses. That's basically how brown sugar is made. You know, molasses are removed from the sugar to make it white sugar. So if you just mix regular sugar with molasses, that gives you brown sugar. I love carrot cake. I love carrot cake. Like carrot muffins are definitely my favorite kinds of muffins. I love carrot cake. Another one is the potato spice cake. It's very much like carrot cake. I think it's called a potato spice cake. I actually haven't had one in a while. But yeah, it's just a potato cake, and it's really nice. It's really good. It's super simple, super good. Again, it feels like one of those recipes that mainly came from, you know, from people trying to make things work with when things were rough. Let's see if I can find a potato spice cake. Yeah, if you look at a potato spice cake, it just looks like a carrot cake. Yeah, if you search for a potato spice cake, it just looks like a potato cake, like a carrot cake. It's a very similar thing. If someone were to make a fan game on Look Outside, could it be considered canon for people different experiences? I'm not sure what you're asking. Botanical creature stairs. I love this song. This song about a plant. a horror story about a real life plant that's meant to be a warning of staying away from it. It's the giant hogweed. The giant hogweed is pretty dangerous, folks. Oh, actually, I think, aren't we entering the season? The giant hogweed season right now? Gotta be careful, folks. Cautionary tale song. There's no time. They're approaching. Hurry now, we must protect ourselves and find some shelter. Strike by night. They're defenseless. They all need the sun to photosensitize their venom. Still they're invincible. Still they're immune to all our herbicidal battering. Fashionable country gentlemen had some cultivated wild gardens where they innocently planted the giant hogweed all throughout the land. Do-do, do-do. Botanical creature stairs seeking revenge. The royal bees did not forget. Soon they spreading the seed, preparing for an onslaught, threatening the human race. I don't think a fan game has been finished yet. Oh no, wasn't there? I think someone posted like a dating sim at one point, but I don't know if it was like a real post or if it was like a parody or something. I remember someone posted something that seemed like a look outside dating sim. That was like a long time ago. That was like, yeah, that was last year. But I don't know if it was like a real thing or if it was just like a, a concept image or something. I just remember that post. But otherwise, I only remember like people starting projects, but I don't remember anything finishing. Giant hogweed is avenged. Human bodies soon will know anger. kill them with your hogweed hairs. Heracleum, Monte, Gazi, honey. It's a good song. Be careful of the giant hogweed, folks. If you see a tall plant, that wasn't there before, with a lot of these large boughs of white flowers, that kind of looks like a giant carrot plant or something, that's bad. It literally gives you cancer if you touch it. It's bad. It's really bad. If you touch it and the pollen touches your skin, it gives you like second or third degree burns, and then you get cancer. It's really bad. They're not fucking around. It only burns you if you touch it during the day. If you touch it at night, it doesn't do anything. Because like the song says, they need the sun to photosynthesize their venom. And so if you find some, you literally need to wait for the nightfall to actually deal with them. They're sleeping, that's right. Here, I'll show you an image so you know. So this is what it looks like. This is what giant hogweed looks like. These are very tall. These are quite tall. I don't know if there's going to be an image where someone is standing nearby so you can tell they're Yeah, it's like a giant Queen Anne's lace. Yes. Queen Anne's lace is because this is much larger. Queen Anne's lace is pretty small. But yeah, it looks a carrot flower is also similar to this. But again, way smaller. This is it's like a huge Queen Anne's lace or a huge carrot plant. Also, I think Queen Anne's lace is also in the same family as carrots. But yeah, these are very, very big. And yeah, these literally give you cancer. It's bad. Like it is, if you find some, it's literally like, oh, there you go. There's someone. There's a courageous guy. Look at that. Look at this guy. So it's very tall. And yeah, like if you find some and it's not in the native place, like you literally like call like a poison center. Like it's considered like it's considered like an emergency to get rid of it. You know? Like you literally like call the cops or something if you find them. It's that serious. It's like actual plague. It's bad. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily the cops you call. You might, I don't know, there might be someone else you call. You know, like your city, whatever. No, man, I'm not gonna snitch on some plants. What? You're a fucking rat? I can't believe you called the cops on that plant. Oh, yes, no, do not do, yes, no. You need to know how to get rid of it. Don't set it on fire. Well, the song actually explains how it was spread. The song tells you the whole history of them. Long ago in the Russian hills, a Victorian explorer found the regal hogweed by a marsh. He captured it and brought it home. Botanical creature stirs, seeking revenge. Fashionable country gentlemen innocently planted the giant hogweed throughout the land. In wild gardens. The color palette that I use for Look Outside is actually like a basic color palette that comes with a sprite. It is DB32. So if you have a sprite, it's in one of the palettes that come with it. So I do not have ownership of it. I mean, there's a few extra colors added to it, but that's about it. You know, it is not this palette was never mine to begin with. DB32. Yep. It's actually a little bit off from it. It's actually a little bit off from that palette because when I started the project, when I started the project in the game jam, I was actually using DB16, which is the 16 color version of that palette. And then when I turned this into a bigger project, I switched to DB32. But I didn't realize at the time that DB16 and DB32, that DB32 wasn't just an extended version of DB16. DB32 is actually all different colors from DB16. So I didn't realize that I hadn't just added 16 new colors. I actually added 32 new colors. A bunch of them are just close to the originals. And so this is why the game actually has a bunch of colors that aren't quite the right ones. And those are usually all colors from DB16. So if you really want like a total color palette for Look Outside, then you put together DB16 and DB32. And that gets you all the colors. But DB32 gets you most of the way there. It's only like the older sprites. All the older Look Outside sprites have colors from DB16 instead, basically. It's actually a way you can tell which sprites were the older sprites and which sprites were made later by checking which have the DB16 colors. And yeah, a few extra dark colors were added as well, yes. Malison has a custom color palette, though. For Malison, I did make my own color palette. Sure. Yeah, establishing a color palette is very useful. It is very useful to establish a color palette. Helps keep your project feel coherent. Gives a nice bit of coherency to all the art. Well, one thing about using color palettes is that this really simplifies. It really simplifies a lot of what you're drawing, and it means that all of your art is going to seem a little bit more like it's all for the same project when it all shares a lot of colors. It's all going to seem, yeah, more coherent, more... It's going to come together more nicely when colors are shared between sprites. If you're using a bunch of different color palettes, the images that have different color palettes are going to kind of stand out. And especially if your game is worked on by multiple artists and you're doing pixel art and, you know, all the artists have kind of their own different styles, everyone using the same color palette really helps to keep everyone on the same page stylistically and making all the art assets still fit together. There's still going to be some variation in the style and everything, unless people are just really, really good at mimicking each other's styles, which, you know, that's a very tricky... that's always like a very difficult skill to develop. So that's just another way that you can keep your art assets, you know, yeah, feel coherent. Another thing too is the old adage that limitations breed creativity is very, very true. Limitations really help creativity. With color palettes, it's just as much as with anything else. When you're restricted in your use of color palettes, it forces you to use colors in strange and odd ways. And that results in something that looks more unique. Like being forced to not use exactly the colors you're thinking forces you to sort of work with some other different colors you might not have worked with instead. And makes you sort of make these interesting decisions that results in art that generally just looks better in the end. Like, people sometimes note how a lot of my sprites mix a few weird colors together that you might not expect. Like grays. Like here, see how this blue here is sort of shaded into a gray, and well, you say that you don't see colors very well, so you might not notice that, depending on what kind of like color blindness you have. But like here, I'm using some kind of unusual colors together here. I'm blending together a gray instead of just a darker blue. And like here, this red is blending into a purple. You know, if I had access to every color possible, I would have probably just blended this red into like a darker red. But using a limited color palette kind of forces me to make some weird color decisions, and it results in something that just looks just a bit more odd, just a bit more unusual. And it gives it all sort of a little bit of a style. So it's also going to be part of developing your style, because when you're not using exactly the colors you want, you end up sort of like forming shortcuts in your brain. You end up having sort of like tricks that you always use, and those tricks become part of the style you develop over time. All right, I think I'm done with detailing that eye. He rushed to quench his thirst. The powder's lying before him, and as his heathen breath mouthed through the cool mist, a liquid voice called, "Son of gods, drink from my spring." And though it tasted strangely sweet, the eyes dimmed, the voice called again. He turned and saw in a cloud the mist alone, and realized that they were filled with the darkness of the lake. We shall be one. We shall be joined as one. Oh, even prog rock has body horror in it sometimes. Well, I mean, this comes from Greek mythology, but still. Thirst is not mine. Nothing will cause us to part. Hear me, oh gods. And then the flesh and bones were strangely merged, forever to be joined as one. Okay, there you go. I'm satisfied with that. The creature crawled into a lake. And I beg, yes I beg, of all who touched his spring, they share my fate. We don't be one. We don't be one. That given everything they had. Our honest gleamer been fulfilled at last, forever still beneath the lake. You know, Genesis has a lot of gender in it, doesn't it? You know? The story of Hermaphroditus with this song. And another song in the next album. Actually, not the next album, the one after that. Yeah, gender. The one, 2 albums, yeah, again, with the hard G. There's Gender in there. And also in 2 albums, there's the song with Tiresias. Tiresias. That is also Gender. That's Gender too. Tiresias is again Greek mythology. Tiresias was the wise man that lived for a while as a woman, just because, you know, he wanted the wisdom. He wanted to he wanted to have all of the wisdom in the world, or something like that. And so he had to also live as a woman to know what it was like. Yeah. When the intellectuals really mean it. When the intellectuals really mean it. Yeah. I mean, the main thing you wanted to know was... The main thing you really wanted to know is who between men and women have the most pleasure in sex. That was the main... So, you know, he had a very finite scope in what he was looking for, but... That was the main thing you wanted to know. You really... that question really burned, you know? You really wanted to know. That's Tiresias. Greek mythology is wild. Talking about the band Genesis and the Greek mythology that they sometimes pull from. I don't know. I don't know how many tests it required, you know? As many as was needed. You'll hear his answer. They actually include his answer to that question in the song, although it's a little bit metaphorical sounding. Yes, the answer is women. Women have the most pleasure in sex. That was Tiresias' answer. Devastating. That was... Now listen, you know, was it a randomized controlled trial? Was it a randomized controlled trial? Can we trust Tiresias's, you know? You know? How much can we trust Tiresias's answer? Was it replicated, you know? This needs to be replicated. Come on. We have a replication crisis. It started back in Greece. Replicate gains multiple meanings from that. I like that. It's very good.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
It's possible. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure. You know, double blind might be difficult. It might be difficult to do a double blind on that kind of study. Will you survive on the ocean of being? Man, I've been to the Musical Box, which is a tribute band to Genesis, like twice. And man, those shows are amazing. There's like costumes and there's so much spectacle going on. It's really quite something. I remember when they played this song. This is the start of the album Foxtrot. When they played this song, they delay the start a little bit to sort of have it start suddenly. And it starts on like a really loud Mellotron crash. And at the start of the song, there's two huge eyes that appear at the back of the stage. So it's kind of meant to startle you at the beginning of the show. It's great. It's such a good bit. And there's another sort of like shocking moment at the very end. Because Peter Gabriel, well, the guy playing Peter Gabriel in this case, he has like this huge black cloak the whole time. And then at the very end, he like opens the black cloak and it opens in like huge wings. And the huge wings are like colorful. And it's almost like a threat posture and the two eyes are back. It's great. Such a good bit. Yeah, if the Musical Box plays, because they play everywhere, I really recommend it. It's a great show. Yeah, just a lot of spectacle. And, you know, the music is good. And strange. Very strange. The Musical Box is the name. It's a tribute band of Genesis. It's a tribute band of Genesis. Named after one of the songs from the previous album I just played. Yeah, it's very campy. It is very campy. There's a bunch of like costume changes and all sorts of shit going on. The final song of this album, Supper's Ready, is one of those giant... It's one of those giant progressive rock epics. It's a 20-minute long song. And it's like almost like a play. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of storytelling in these songs. And there's a lot of mythology stuff. I love to draw from mythology for their music. Yeah, The Lamb Lies Down is I put all the old Genesis in there, so The Lamb Lies Down should be 2 albums from now. I didn't put in the live albums though. Just going for the studios. And I did skip the first one. From Genesis to Revelation. It's just not as strong an album. IMO. Starting to believe. Starting to believe my game's fans are a little bit odd. I'm gonna start to believe that. I'm gonna start to think my game's fans might be a little bit odd. I don't know. Just starting to get a whiff of that. I'm starting to believe my game's fans might be a little bit odd. As old as they. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, the Genesis album 2 albums from now. Does have Vor in it, so. Listen. And it has Vor and also someone's dick gets ripped off at one point. Someone's dick gets ripped off and there's like a sound and everything. There's a sound effect for it. Yep. And what else is there in this? There's a Manic Pixie Dream Girl that appears at one point in that song, in that album. And then I think she's implied to have been deaf the whole time. And then there's a personification of death. What else is there? Oh, and in the end, the reward was the friends we made along the way, or something like that. So yeah, it's peak music, I think. I love Thick as a Brick. Every time I listen to it on stream, I can't stop myself from singing the whole damn thing for all 40 minutes of it. Of course. Of course. All the freaks have come to listen now. Now you're interested in music. Ah, now you're interested in culture. Now you're interested in culture. Yeah, it's called the Lamia. Oh yes, it's actually specifically a snake monster, too. Yeah. There you go. It's not 1, it's 3. See, now you're interested in culture. Oh, now you're listening. That's right. Genesis were the real ones. That's right. This is what it takes for the latest generation to get interested in music. Oh, this song is about a dystopian future where they shorten people by cutting them up so that they can fit more of them in smaller buildings. And it's all with a kind of... It's all so kind of through like a New Testament, like Joseph looking for a place for Mary sort of thing. It's like a weird future / past thing. It's very odd, this song, but I like it. Across the square, over there. Since the time we spoke, we thought just a bit. Oh no, this I can't believe. Oh, Mary, I agree to leave. Alright, gotta detail this one. This one's gonna take a little bit more. Do, 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 do. You guys can have a little bit of self-control. When I go look at that spoiler chat, y'all better be behaving. Oh, why I oughta. Why I oughta. This is of genetic control. Nice duty to fall foot on the whole humanoid height. I hear the directors from genetic control. They've been told, taking risks so bold. They said, now the people will be shorter in height. They can fit twice as many in the same building size. They say it's alright. Beginning with the tenants on the town of Harlow. In the interest of humanity, we've been told they must go. Told they must go, 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 go. A 3D model of the visitor with like a 3D model of the visitor with like 20 different like level of detail variants of the model, you know? I wonder that would be kind of that might actually be an interesting challenge to make something that has this kind of scale. It would be kind of challenging to make something with that kind of scale. Did Garten of Banban have a comically high high triangles remote like that Yandere simulator toothbrush? That's funny. Was it worse than the toothbrush? Effortlessly crazy. The time of all, singing praises, praises. We heed not flatterers, he cried, by our command. Waters retreat, show my power. Halt at my feet. Now cold winds blow far for the north, over past raven pass. Feel the storm, a choose the waves waiting for. Their wings surround the sea king's brow, singing, crown him, born to the law. Our majesty, show themselves, our best in thee. Na, 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 na. Do, 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 do. Yeah, there it is. There's the Yandere Dev toothbrush. What a king. What a king. Nintendo, hire this man. Amazing. Holy shit. Wait, is that the remote? What is that? I can't even parse what I'm looking at. I mean, I didn't play the game, so... Oh, okay, it's because it's shattering. It's supposed to, like, explode. You're being a little obnoxious there, Min girl. Is it because it was like a store-bought asset? Was it just a really, really bad store-bought asset that they never checked? And they just put in as is? That's funny. An open is an open sense, so they dare to love. Oh. And here's an album side closer. One of these songs that they add. These little instrumentals to close out one side of an album. Like I said before, I really like these short little instrumentals. They're very common in prog rock albums of that time. Just a nice little acoustic guitar thing. And after this, we got Supper's Ready. And no, that is not, despite what it's called, that is not the Vor song. That is 2 whole albums from now. And I understand people might mistake that. That is not it at all. This song is about the Christian apocalypse, actually. Sort of. It's about the apocalypse, it's basically about the apocalypse. And the apocalypse begins as a couple starts to eat supper. That's why it's called Supper's Ready. Sort of. The end of times. The end times can happen when you least expect it. Evangelicals would love this song. With your guardian eyes so blue, hey baby, don't you know love is true? Pulling closer with eyes, a distance falls around our bodies. Out in a garden, the moon seems very bright. 6 saintly shrouded men move across the lawn slowly. A 7th walks in front, with a cross held high in hand, and it's, hey babe, your supper's waiting for you. Hey baby, don't you know our love is true? So far from here, far from your warmth, to feel you again. It's been a long, long time. I've known a fireman who looks after the fire with water clear. He cares for all his harvest. I know a fireman who looks after the fire. Look and see his fool you are. Yes, he's here again. Oh, can't you see he's fooled you all? Share his peace, sign the lease. He's a supersonic scientist. He's a guaranteed eternal sanctuary. I think this bit is about the Antichrist, but I'm not sure. I think it's about the Antichrist, this part. And all these children like some Mary Cross. I bet my life you'll walk inside, hand in hand, gland in gland, with a spoonful of miracle. He's a guaranteed eternal sanctuary. Wearing feels on our faces when our faces took a rest. We walk across the field to see the children of the West. But we saw all the dark-skinned warriors standing still below the ground. Waiting for battle. The fight's begun, they've been released, killing foe for peace. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. And they've given me a wonderful potion, 'cause I cannot think in my emotion. feeling blue. Something tells me I better activate my prayer capsule. Yes, I finished detailing the Denial ending sprites before I did this one. Today is a day to celebrate. All have met their fate. And dancing has come home. In chaos, a battle has left. We walk across the mountain of human flesh to a plateau of green grass and green trees full of life. A young figure is still by the pool. He's been stamped human bacon by some butchery tool. He is you. Social security took care of this lad, and we watch in reverence as Narcissus is turned to a flower. A flower? If we go down to Willow Farm to look for butterflies, butterflies, butterflies. Look down your eyes, it's full of the fires, like a fox on the rocks. And the musical box. Oh, there's mom and dad, and good and bad, and everyone's happy to be here. This Bristol judge and rest and dry. He used to be a British flag, plastic bag, what a drag. The frog was a prince. The prince was a brick. The brick was an egg. The egg was a bird. Haven't you heard? Gog is just a lovely clean in the morning. We've got everything. You know, there's Gender in this song too, isn't there? There's a little bit of Gender in every Genesis album, isn't there? Just a little bit of Gender. Feel your body mad. Mom to mad to mad to dad. Dad diddly office. You're all full of ball. Dam to dom to mom. Mom diddly washing. Ooh, you're all full of ball. Let me hear your lies, you little softy eyes. Ooh, that was a little Gender there. That was a little bit of Gender. Just a touch. Just a touch of Gender. All the time. Like it or not, rock it or not, running the soil. The soil. Yes, deep in the soil. We have a tropical soul, end of the bank, both in the feeling of places. It's just a little bit, it's just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Just a drop. Just a drop of Gender. Okay, so saying gender in that way is like a little running gag that every time I watch anime in the anime club and there's some gender politics or some gender stuff happens, I say out loud gender, and it's just been something. Every time I detect a little bit of gender stuff is going on, I respond in that specific way. I say gender in a questioning tone. There you go. Now you're up to speed. Yeah? It happens. It happens. You know, it happens in anime sometimes. Every once in a while, a little gender happens. Sometimes it's good gender stuff. Sometimes it's bad gender stuff. With the mouth of Magog swarming around. There's a spooky face that appears in the background. A spooky face appears in the background at this part of the show. A big spooky face. Looks like a distorted face that's also kind of like the moon. And not compromise, it won't be. Oh yeah, there it is. I quickly saw the spooky face that appears in the background. It's like a spooky broken cratered spooky face. Also, Peter Gabriel ends up dressed like that during this song, and he starts like that mask has like this fluorescent color to it, and there's like like it shines really bright, and like he's like twisting around. It starts flashing around him. It's very weird, very surreal. Six is no longer alone. He's getting out the marrow in your backbone. From the 7 trumpets blowing, sweet rock and roll. This will blow right out inside your soul. The clouds with the looking glass, a sweatful mood. In blood, he's writing the lyrics of a hit brand new tune. And it's the big reveal at the end of the show. And the next lyrics. Because Peter Gabriel has now this heavy cloak, and he's like wriggling around with that bright mask thing, right? And then the lights go out. And he tosses out his cloak and reveals like this bright, shiny suit underneath. And like almost like this mirror suit, this like bright white suit. And that's like the finale. And it goes back to the start of the album there. And he kind of moves a little bit like Elvis. It's almost like implied that it's like Elvis that you see in heaven or something. That's the vibe. Baby's gonna work out fine. Can't you see our souls ignite? Shadow have changing colors in the darkness of the fading light. Like the river floats the ocean, and the church in the sea grows. We find our way, it's me to get back home. There's an angel standing in the sun. And he's crying with a loud voice. This is the supper of the mighty one, Lord of lords, King of kings, has returned. You take his children and take them to the There you go. That was Foxtrot. With suppers ready. Now we have The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. It's probably my favorite Genesis album, this one. And this song's probably my favorite Genesis song. This is Dancing with the Moonlit Night. Paper late, cried the voice in the crowd. An old man dies, a note he left was signed Old Father Thames. It seems he's drowned. Sailing England by the pound. Citizens of hope and glory, time goes by, there's the time of your life. Easy now, sit you down, chewing through your wimpy dreams. They eat without a sound. Land of Confusion is a really good song. They're more their later music though. I'm a little more into their early stuff, but Land of Confusion is very good. Woman says you are what you eat well. Old man says you are what you wear well. You know what you are, you don't give a damn. Busting your belt, that is your homemade sham. The captain leads his dance right on through the night. On the dance floor one, Junior just understepped in the mold. Other one to the cold is cold, dancing out with the moonlit night. Knights of the green should stop and shout.
No, it's time to stretch.
I'll stretch after this song. Don't want to interrupt it. And all the hags are taken apart, and Captain leads his dance right out through the night. Play the harmony or softly the fool, the ancient talk, down the mouth, for the one, to the center of the we go, to the coldest cold, dancing out with the moonlit night, nights of The green should stop and shout. All right. Let's do a stretch during the quiet bit between those two songs. Little stretch. Yeah. Yeah. Always hear them talk. And then Mr. Lewis, isn't it time that he was out on his own? Over the garden wall, two little lovebirds coo to you. Keep the morning blade sharp, I know what I like, and I like what I know. Getting better in your wardrobe. These are bomb calls and lessons on, we're wasting time with with the policy train, come out the time. Only pays when you're winning. Thanks for dropping by, Dimera. Hope your internet stabilizes. The tongues of you like a cancer growth is removed by skill. Let it be revealed. The waterfall is madrigal, and then it seems sirens cry. Do 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 do. 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 Do 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 do. Do 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 So, I kind of want to think a little bit more about. I think I kind of want to think a little bit more about the potential mechanics for that roguelike I could be making next week for the 7-day roguelike challenge. You know, I've been thinking about this a little bit. But, you know, I need to give this a little more thought. I need to give this a little more thought. Yeah, I'm thinking you're doing these different expeditions. Okay, now I'll think about. I'll think about. I'll think about what I'll be doing, like what kind of game I would be thinking of, like not for what I would make at first, but what the game would look like, you know, with all the features, you know, with all the bells and whistles, and then I'll bring it back to something doable for a week-long jam. You know, I'll think of like the kinds of mechanics the full game might have. I'm thinking like, I'm imagining like a map, like a world map that's generated every time. And you have like, you have a spot in the middle, or maybe not quite in the middle, that's like your camp. And maybe at the start you like choose where you make your camp. And then like at first you need to like find the ruins. So, like, maybe at the beginning, you don't even have access to the ruins at first. At first, you're, like, exploring segments of the map, and it's, like, wilderness. So it's just, like, generating forests. And you have to find the entrance. And maybe you can find, like, small shrines that kind of hint you to where the entrance is. So the start of the game would be all about finding some entrance to the ruins. And there will probably be more than one generated. There'll probably be several. There would also probably be like secondary like ruins or like small like separate other things to explore or something. That would be cool. And so you're kind of like, you're sending these expeditions, sort of, to find various entrances to the ruins. So that's the tricky part. I'm not too sure yet what to do exactly with the research. I'm thinking that it would probably plug into like the meta progression stuff. Like maybe it would unlock new items you can start with. Maybe it would it would unlock maybe new classes you can start as, new things you can use when you begin an exploration. I'm thinking that, like, yeah, the stuff you find, the artifacts that you would find exploring would need to sort of be studied and researched, and that would unlock new things you can start with. Like either new items you can begin an incursion with, or new classes. Like that could be a bunch of like new things you unlock by finding those items and like studying them. I know, I think there might be something fun there. There could also be like, yeah, story. But this is where the roguelike thing is a little complicated, because obviously, so for the initial idea, I would probably not have much of a story because I'll probably have my hands full just building the roguelike. So I think if you find story parts, like when I'm done with the 7-day version, whatever story bits you find would probably just be like placeholder. But it would be a cool way to like reveal sort of a backstory or a sort of setting stuff about the game. Yeah, there could be a bunch of like history and stuff to reveal by finding these artifacts and researching them. There could be all sorts of cool stuff there. I'm thinking research would be like, you find items when you're exploring, and you just have to bring them back alive. And then between incursions, you would have like a number of scientists that you can set to research a specific item you found. And then there would be like a progress. There would be like a progress bar for them to research the item you gave them. And once that research is finished, and in order to make that progress bar go forward, you need to send people to to make more incursions. I didn't actually play the idle game for UFO 50 yet, but where this idea is coming from, to me, is actually it's kind of funny you say UFO 50. Because where that idea comes from to me is XCOM, which is also called UFO. The original XCOM had this kind of mechanic for finding new technology for things to equip your characters. You had to find items, bring them back home, and then study. Like when you kill enemies, you could like find items from them. Or what if you go into like a downed UFO, you could collect like computers from there, and then you could like invent like laser guns, and now you can create laser guns to give your units. So there was sort of like this element of the game of sort of reverse engineering alien tech to then equip it to your guys. But like that's not just given to you for free. Like you need to figure out how to do that. So that's what I'm thinking here. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. But instead of being like alien stuff, it's more like treasure that you find. Treasure you find while exploring in a roguelike kind of way. Yeah, in this case, it would just be literally like you explore an area, and then once you've explored an area, you just come back out alive, and that's going to be. Now, okay, I need to think a little bit more about that part, though. If going into an incursion and then coming back with stuff is what makes, like, research go forward, that means you could theoretically just start an incursion and leave immediately and time will pass, which isn't great. So maybe you would need to do something. There would be some sort of objective, I think, that you might need to meet to be able to sort of have time pass properly. Or maybe you can just have time pass. Maybe you just have, like, a way to wait a number of days or something in the camp. But, like, you need a constant flow of treasure to keep the exploration going, you know? I think you would need, maybe you would need, like, just constant, because you need to, like, order food or something. Like, you need money to keep your thing going. So if you run out of money at one point, maybe, like, people start deserting. You know, people start deserting your operation because you can't feed them anymore or something. I don't know. Or maybe there isn't really a pressure like this. Maybe it's a little more chill. The meta progression might not really have a fail state at all. You know? But yeah, I think that might be interesting. East and heroes. This is the Robin Hood song. Right outside your door. Ain't seen nothing like it. No, you ain't seen nothing like it. Just think this Yeah, I think there could be something interesting there. Yeah, I think maybe I shouldn't think too much of the meta progression having some sort of fail state. That's not, like, the meta progression should be chill. And is just about unlocking new cool features, right? And the only part that's not chill should be the actual incursions, right? I think maybe I shouldn't. Yeah. Maybe the meta progression, there's no pressure, you don't need to get treasure or anything. But there would still need to be something to make it that you can't just, start a mission and then leave it and then time has passed, right? There still needs to be something so there isn't such an easy exploit to just get progression on all of your stuff. So maybe time only passes based on, like, the gold you bring back or something. Like, maybe if you start, no, that's not about the reward for going forward. I mean more like something to make it that if time passes, to, like, have your research go forward, right? If time passes from research going forward, only if you begin an incursion, and you can end incursions anytime by just leaving, that means you could, like, use incursions to just have time pass forward and have all the research continue, right? So you could just, like, start and then end incursions quickly to have time pass, and then you'd get all of your research, and so the research timer would be like a pointless mechanic. So they would need something somehow to make it that you can't just do that. Maybe you would need to maybe you need to find an artifact to be able to leave, right? Maybe if you try to leave without finding an artifact, it's like, wait, I haven't found anything yet, Or maybe when you come back, like, the research goes forward based on the amount of gold you bring back. So it's not actually based on time. it's based on funding, right? Yeah, so you bring back 1,000 gold or something, then that adds 1,000, research points to everything you're doing at the time, right? So that might be the way to do it. So it's like it's the gold that makes the research go forward. It's not, you know. Yeah, that might be a way to do it. Kind of like like gold experience from like older Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, I think that might be the solution. That the gold itself is what makes the research go forward. Research and anything that has like a progress bar between incursions. It would all be powered by gold, basically. I think that would make sense. And you could sell artifacts to make more gold as well. So if there's stuff you don't really want to research, or stuff you already have a copy of or something, you can just sell it, and that just also adds to your research. Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, that looks cool. Is that with clay? Hmm. I can imagine like you have like buildings in the camp. Like maybe it starts as a camp but turns into a little city. That'd be fun. Yeah, that could be fun. Turns into a bustling little city. That's all around that's sort of built around the Yeah, yeah. And yeah, that would give you new options for how to start different incursions. Like it would give you new equipment to start or new classes, stuff like that. Mass rap steams under stress. Obviously. Yeah, I think I would probably use that. I would probably use that sprite, yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of imagining these like, yeah, each incursion is like kind of a almost like a bite-sized little roguelike level. And maybe it would sometimes be more than one floor. Maybe it would sometimes be more than one floor. But yeah, just kind of little bite-sized roguelikes. Like short roguelike levels. I think that sounds pretty fun. And I think once you bring back, I think when you bring back someone from an incursion, a successful incursion, like they're like, you know, they get better. They probably gain levels from, oh, you know what? Yeah. Maybe it works a little bit like you know, like classic D&D, that the treasure you bring back is what gives levels. The value of treasure you bring back is what actually gives you levels. So they don't level up during... Maybe they level up certain things, but for the most part, I think they wouldn't level up during the actual incursion. Yeah, basically, yeah. It's all about finding that treasure. Oh, another little short song meant to close out an album side after the ordeal. After this, it's the cinema show. It's that song that mentions Tiresias, like I talked about earlier. It's the song with Gender. It is this album's Gender song. I'm kind of torn on whether or not the campaign, like the meta progression, should have a failure state. I'm actually a little torn on that. Because it would feel more like an expedition if there was a failure state. If you could like run out of food or something. You know? I feel like that would fit the expedition vibe. If there was some like resource management. You know? I think you would need to like do some expeditions where you're just hunting for food or something. You know? I think there would be ways to recover, but it would be rough. I don't know. I'll need to think about it. It might be the kind of thing that's like, it's a threat, but it's sort of like a bluff, you know? That like it's actually really easy to keep up with it. But just enough to kind of feel like you could run out, you know? Sort of a psychological thing to just make this feel more like you're in the wilderness, you know? That might be that kind of thing that's more, almost more symbolic than anything. All right, let's do a little bit of dithering. Here's The Cinema Show. It's a really nice song. It's, you know, it's got Gender in it. It's true. I did not actually play Risk of Rain 2 yet, but many people, I know a lot of people that like that game, so I feel I need to play it at one point. It does seem like it. I didn't really like the original Risk of Rain, but you know, the sequel does seem very different from the original. Work, oh Juliet, is a morning meal. She dabs her skin with pretty smiles concealing to appear. I will make my bed. It's time to go. Can she be late for a cinema show? Cinema show. I have heard of Rain World, yes. And I've played it a little bit. I didn't play it that much, though. But I did like what I played. I remember following that project when it was in progress on Tig Source, especially. It was one of those projects that were in development for years and years and years. A weekend billionaire. I will make my bed with her tonight. He cries. Can he fail? Armed with his chocolate surprise. Take a little trip back with all the Tiresias. Listen to the old one speak of all he has sieved through. I have crossed between the poles. For me there's no mystery. Once a man like the sea I raged. Once a woman like the earth I gave. But there is in fact more earth than sea. It's a very poetic way to describe what Tiresias wanted to learn. And what he wanted to learn and his conclusion. There is in fact more earth than sea. This might be literally from the original Greek, though. I don't know if that line is an invention of Genesis or if that's in the original myth. It's very nice. A very poetic way to... very poetic way to say it. take a little trip back with Father Tiresias. It's so important, they say it twice. Listen to the old one speak of all he has lived through. I have crossed between the poles. To me there's no mystery. Once the man like the sea I raged. Once a woman like the earth I gave. But there is in fact more earth than sea. Man in shambles. Men everywhere in shambles. There is more earth than sea. My face when there's more earth than sea. I do like the bit of saying very poetically a sort of raunchy question without really explaining it. I think it's a good bit. That's right. Braver than the troops. First of all, Tiresias is braver than the troops. We can all agree. Really went in the trenches for that one. I'm satisfied with that. Looks way better than before. And then... here we go again. And that's the end of the cinema show. And now there's only the closing song left, which is just a bunch of puns about British supermarkets, which is very fun. The whole album was a little bit about like consumerism, I guess, although it's really just like 2 of the songs like that. But the final song is all just British supermarket puns. The whole thing. It's very stupid, but it sounds good. It's a good outro. Yeah, I mean, it's the first song and the last song, so there you go. That's all you need. That's a concept album right there. And also, it calls back to the first song too. The music calls back to the intro song. Yeah, basically, Harry Edwin. Yeah. Don't belong here, send hostess out loud. Easy love, there's a safe way home. Thankful for a fine fair discount. Tesco operates. Still alone in Orwell. See the deadly nightshade grow. And it's just like a few puns, and then it's the end of the song, the end of the album. But like the tone of the song is like sad and tragic and kind of creepy, and that's a really weird choice for a song that's just a few puns. That's so odd. It's such an odd closer. No, this is Genesis. This is Genesis. This is the band that Phil Collins and Peter Gabriel come from. All right, so that was Selling England by the Pound. Next one is The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. This is the one with that song we were talking about earlier in it. It's a really good song. It's a really good... I don't like it as much as their other early albums, personally, but it's still very good. And it's basically like a play. The whole thing is like a weird musical play. Or, in other words, it's all like a... It's not quite a musical. It's not enough of a play to be a musical. Like, it's too musical to be a musical, I think. So I guess that makes it an opera. There you go. I guess that's what an opera is. An opera is like a musical, but it's more musical. Right? Man had on a ocean winds blow on the land. The movie palace is now undone. The all-night watchmen have had their fun, sleeping cheaply on the midnight show. It's the same old ending. Time to go. Get out. It seems they cannot leave their dream. There's something moving in the sidewalk steam, and the lamb lies down on Broadway. Nighttime flyers feel the pains. Drugstore takes down the chains. Metal motion comes in bursts. The gas station can quench that thirst. Suspension cracked on unmade road. The trucker's eyes read overload. And out at the subway, Red Imperial aerosol kid, warms into the daylight, spray on hit, and the land lies down. It's basically the story of a guy who dies in the streets and has like a dying dream. That's this album. The lamb here is just some, like a homeless guy, I think. Or maybe not necessarily homeless, maybe just drunk. But yeah, it's basically a guy who dies of exposure on Broadway. And then the entire album is like a dying dream that he's having in some sort of coma, and he's sort of re-examining his entire life. And then at one point, Vor happens for some reason. Who knows what that symbolizes? That's what you're all here for, you little freaks. You little freaks! Swear to God. Well, considering what keeps happening in the spoiler chat of my Discord, it seems to be a pattern. And the lamb. Yep. The spoiler chat got wormed. Spoiler chat got wormed. Oh, there's one song that I really like in this, in particular. For some reason, this was a recurring song. Like, several prog rock albums had a song essentially mocking, like, Manosphere. Like, Manosphere self-help books. For some reason, there's, like, multiple prog rock songs about that. So I guess it must have been, like, you know, a hot topic at one point. Like in the 70s. There's a song like that in this. I guess it's the guy remembering, you know, when he was struggling. Like when he was struggling with love. And like this is like, you know, him remembering that in those flashbacks he's having. And yeah, for some reason that's a very, like, I can think of like 3 separate songs, progressive rock songs, that mock like those kinds of self-help books. Broken dust into my eyes, the dust settles in my skin, making a crust I cannot move in, and I'm hovering like a fly, waiting for a windshield on a freeway. So this is basically the guy falling into this coma. Now here's the thing. Here's the important thing you have to know about this song we've been hyping up for like 3 hours now. It's actually one of the best songs on the album. That's the thing. That's the thing that's fucked up. The thing that's fucked up, it's legit one of the best songs on the album. It's legit one of the best songs on the album. Listen. I can't lie. It's in the second side, though, so it'll be a little while. It'll take a little while to get there. That's right. Passion indeed. Then Bruce declares a truce and plays his other hand. Marshall McLuhan, casual blue and belt buried in the sand. Sirens on the rooftops wailing, but there's no ship sailing. Groucho with his move each trailing stands alone with his punch unfailing. Ku Klux hand serves hot soul food, and the band plays in the mood. The cheerleader waves the cyanide wand. There's a smell of peach blossom and bitter almonds. Carl Chessman sniffs the air and leads the parade. He knows, innocent, you can bottle all you made. There's pound hues and blue sweat shoes, standing at the majorette smoking Winston cigarettes. And as the song and dance begins, the children play at home with needles and pins. I think this bit was supposed to sort of describe a kind of delirium as he loses, right? Sort of a lullaby-ish, like weird delirium as he loses consciousness. And then his fantastic voyage begins. I'm bound up in some powdered wool. I guess I'm losing touch. Don't tell me this is dying, 'cause I ain't changed that much. The only sound is water drops. I wonder what the hell I am. Some kind of jam. Cuckoo, cuckoo, I'm out to listen for you. There's nothing I can recognize. This is nowhere that I've known. No sign of life at all. I guess that I'm alone. I feel so secure that I know this can't be real, but I feel good. Cuckoo, cuckoo, and I'm out to this. I feel so secure that I know this can't be real. That line goes hard, I think. That's a good fucking line. There's in Brooklyn jail, or some sort of Jonah, so locked inside the whale. No, I'm still real, and I'm stuck in some kind of cave. What could have saved me? Cuckoo, cuckoo, and I want to this. So the guy's name is Rail. That's a thing. The main character's name is Rail. Rail, like the cult leader of that one horrible, weird alien cult in Quebec. Yep, Rail. In my stomach. In the Cage, that's one of the best songs, I think, in this album. In the Cage. Oh yeah, they were really weird. They were a huge cult at one point. They were a huge, weird fucking cult. Now I'm sure it's just a regular name though, but I don't know. I don't think it was a reference to that. It must be a name that has some sort of religious significance because Peter Gabriel really likes religious significant stuff. Yeah, one of those UFO religious movements. Yeah, that thing, that aliens are gonna take us all away or something. Those new age cults that were really popular, like starting from the 80s and into the 90s. You know the ones. But I don't think that was a reference to that. I think Rail is probably just like a religiously significant name. That's probably why that cult leader picked that name. Until they turn sour and turn fast, turn sour, turn fast, turn sour. Melt myself that I'm not here. I'm drowning in liquid fear, bottled in strong compression. My distortion shows obsession in this cage. Get me out of this cage. If I can't keep my control, I'm safe in my soul. In a grounded belief. Bring some moments relief. Oh, they're from France. I actually thought they were from Quebec. I know it was French language. I actually thought they were from Quebec. Yeah, the symbol of their sect is very stupid. The symbol of their sect is is a Jewish star with a swastika in the middle of it. Yep. They later changed it. They later changed the swastika to be a spiral instead. When they realized that people were not, that was not flying anymore. Yep, is really fucking weird. It's really bad. Yeah, they switched the swastika for a spiral later. But yeah. Yep. But yeah, like I said, I don't think that character's name is meant to refer to that. I don't know enough about that cult to answer what they were thinking. But I'm sure there's all sorts there's a weird, weird new age, nonsense kind of reason for it. Outside the cage, I see my brother John. He turns his head so slowly round. I cry out help before he can be gone. But he looks at me without a sound. And I try not to, but I not even wanna try to speak. I'm helpless in my violent rage. Then silent he wrote down his cheek, And watch it all the day to the stage. Run anyone away. Yeah. Cults love to just repurpose various symbols for themselves to make whatever they do feel like it's important. Yeah. That's, repurposing. I mean, that was what the Nazis were doing to begin with. Repurposing symbols to give yourself importance. All the hack ideologies do it. That's just the thing. All the hack ideologies do it. They all do it. There's nothing new about it. My body revolves. Keep on turning. Keep on turning. Keep on turning. Keep on turning. I keep on turning. Turning around. Staying around. Round, 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 round. This next one is really fun. The Grand Parade of Lifeless Packaging. Back to critiquing consumerism there a little bit. Just, that's him. Now now he's in this mode of reminiscing about all the parts of his life, Sort of flashing back to everything, to sort of his materialistic life, And that's also where that song about falling into the manosphere is going to be too. Is that Rock Thériault? Seji Hardy? That's the big Quebec cult that I remember. Yeah. And as the notes and coins are taken out, I'm taken in to the factory floor for the grand parade of lifeless packaging ready to use. It's the grand parade of lifeless packaging just can't use. They're born in every shade. Take the bellied men with trade, stamped, addressed, and on fatality that evens out the personality. The bounty of time on my side. I can say a nice bone that but not in line. And there's to the freaking racket on human bandage. The brand parade of lifeless packaging just been of use. Maybe it's the grand parade of lifeless packaging just been of use. Oh, all the things that work without empty in their fullness like a frozen pantomime. Chambers in the shrine, self-betone themselves to Pyramid. Brother John is the grand parade of lifeless packaging in use. It's the grand parade of lifeless packaging and just in use. And the people on the ceiling and traveling through the day. You'll be cleared out half the way. Right that way. Grand parade. The grand parade. The grand parade. The grand parade. Grand parade. And this next one is that Manosphere song. It's great. Actually, no. Oh no, that's too early. No, that's him reminiscing about his life back in NYC. The two songs after that are the ones about remembering getting lost in self-help books. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess this song starts the theme a little bit. It's more generally sort of, fitting in. I'm a tough kid. Is that what you heard? Well, I see some action. Listen to my blood. They call me the trailblazer. Rail electric razor. I'm the pitcher in the chain. No, you'll see. You'll see. Well, I didn't say like Manosphere would be. That wasn't there in the time. It's just the closest thing I can describe it to today. It's a song about self-help books, about attracting the other sex. It's a song mocking those. So it's more the self-help industry. But that later turned into what now is, the Manosphere. So that's, that turned to what today would be like the incel culture and all that. That's just sort of the analog of that time to that. And like I said, there's multiple songs from different prog rock bands about this for some reason. So like I said, it must have been a hot topic in the 70s. That must be a sort of when it started. This song is called Back in NYC. As the door the porcupine, he said I had not to blame but me. Held by marred leaping hair, time to shave it off. No time for romantic escape when your fluffy heart is ready. Little iffy lyrics here. Oh, jeez. I'm not sure what that represents. What those lines? I think, he's trying to come off as this tough guy. And he's talking tough. But he's actually very inexperienced. But he's talking a big game. Try to be a bad boy. I'll take and laid them down in colored sheets. Lay down in colored sheets. Who needs illusion of love and affection when you're out walking on the streets with your mainline connection? With me, dive your heart deep in dreams. And this here is a little instrumental song before the song about the self-help books. This is called Hairless Heart. And in the live show, in the background was a video of like a hairy heart getting shaved. And I think, there's many things that could represent, but I think it's basically representing, him becoming vulnerable for the first time. Like he's trying to, he was trying to be like a tough guy, but now he let himself open up for the first time and met a woman that he really liked. And all of a sudden he has no idea what to do. All the tough guy talk is just completely useless. He let himself now be a little bit vulnerable. I think that's what that song represents. And now he's really terrified of messing it up. So that's why he goes into self-help books. Because he doesn't want to mess it up. See? I think that's the storytelling implied in these songs here. So a song before that is like him being a tough guy. And then he loses the hair that's grown over his heart. And then now he's a meek little dork, reading a book to know how to have sex. And the song about that is called Counting Out Time. It's funny. It's a funny song. I'm counting out time. Got the whole thing down by numbers. All these numbers give me guidance. Oh Lord, I need that now. The day of judgment's come. Then you connect that I've been resting for this testing, digesting every word the experts say. Erogenous zones, I love you. Without you, what would a poor boy do? Top-notch lyrics, I think. Got a world I wanted today. Thought I'd better get it straight. Went buy a book before it's too late. Don't leave nothing to fate. I've studied every line, every page in the book. And now, got a real thing here. Gonna take a look. Take a look. This is real. I'm counting out time, hoping it goes like I planned it, 'cause I understand it. Look, I found the hot spots, fingers 1 to 9, sing counting out time. I got my finger on their bone, don't say nothing, just learning steer, but I'll get you turned on just fine. Erogenous zones, I love you. Without you, what would the poor boy do? Chemtrails 1 to 6. Bit of trouble in number 7. Gotta remember all of my tricks. 7 ahead and number 11. I go show responses, dilations of the pupils. Honey, get hit. It's time to unsay it. Nova. Time, counting out time. Production's gone too happy. Please don't slap me. I'm a red-blooded man that I could not fail. I'm counting out time. I got unexpected distance from my mistress. Get the money back from the mood store right away. Erogenous zones, I question you. Without you, what would a poor boy do? Didn't work out. You hate to see it, folks. Without you, mankind's hand counts through the blue. And now we go to the Carpet Crawlers. I think this song represents him sort of going through an identity crisis. The 2 next songs are sort of like this identity crisis he's going through. In the flames to be destroyed, imaginary creatures are trapped in birth on celluloid. The fleas cling to the golden fleece, hoping to find peace. Each thought and gesture are caught in celluloid. There's no hiding in memory. There's no room to avoid. The crawlers cover the floor in a narrow corridor. For a second sight of people, they're moving both and before. They're moving in time to a heavy wooden door, where the needle's eye is winking, closing out the door. The carpet crawlers eat the callers. We gotta get in to get out. They gotta get in to get out. We gotta get in to get out. There's only one direction in the faces that I see. It's upward to the ceiling, where the chamber's said to be. Like the forest fight for sunlight that gets root in every tree. Being built out by the magnet, leaving the free. The carpet crawlers keep the callers. You gotta get in to get out. You gotta get in to get out. You gotta get in to get out. My man, it's Superman. are held in kryptonite, and a wise and foolish virgin spills with the bodies glowing bright. Through the door of harvest feet is candlelight, candlelight. Is the bottom of a staircase which rivals out of sight. The carpet crawlers heed their callers. You gotta get in to get high. We gotta get in to get high. We gotta get in to get out. A porcelain mannequin with shattered skin fears attack. The eager pack lift up the pitchers, they carry all they lack. The soothed has congealed, which has seeped out through the crack, and the tickler takes his stickle back. The carpet crawlers heed their callers. We gotta get in to get out. We gotta get in to get out. We gotta get in to get out. Got to get in. We got to get in. Got to get in. Got to get in. Yeah, I think this is like, it's like growing up and you sort of see, you're like noticing everyone is sort of like finding their place in the world. And you're sort of looking at all these people scuttling about, for like their place in the world, for like their place in the workforce and all that. And then before long you realize that you're one of them too, but you haven't found a place yet, It's like everyone's already gotten started. And you've been left behind, sort of. I think that's kind of the feeling. That's like the feeling this song's supposed to evoke. And then this song, The Chamber of 32 Doors, is him trying to find his place in the world. And looking for, like, counsel, looking for role models. But he can't find anything. He was looking at the rat race, and then he realized he was one of the rats, too. And there's hundreds of people running around to all the doors, trying to find themselves an audience. Their deductions need applause. The rich man stands in front of me, the poor man behind my back. They believe they can control the game, but the juggler holds another pack. But I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I'd rather trust a countryman than a town man. You can judge by his eyes, take a look if you can. He'll smite through his guard. Survival trains hard. I'd rather trust a man who works with his hands. Boom, boom, boom. He looks at you once, you know he he understands. Don't need any shield when you're out in the field. Down here. I think this song is a little heavy-handed, but it's, you know, still a pretty nice song. Every single time. You know, it's a very heavy-handed metaphor. I kind of like those that are a bit more up to interpretation. Yeah, it's a little. I feel like most of the other songs need a little more interpretation than this one. The priest and the magician singing on the chants that they have ever heard, and they're all calling out my name. Even academics searching printed word. My father to the left of me, my mother to the right. Like everyone else, the pointing, but nowhere feels quite right. I need someone to believe in, someone I trust. I mean, you know, it still makes for a striking image, you know. Sometimes you don't always need to be obscure. Sometimes you just want to very clearly communicate something, you know. It's all right. Take me for a ride back inside. This chamber holds so many doors. I've nowhere to hide, and I'll give you all of my dreams if you help me find out that doesn't lead me back again. Now, in the show, this part visually was really cool. So here, there's like a bright golden light that appears at the back of the stage. But it's like, it's a little faint at first, then it gets brighter throughout the song. Actually, no, it's then the next song that happens. Yeah, this is the Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Lily White Lilith. You know, finally found someone to lead him around. She's named Lilith, so you know. Again, they're not always subtle. Yeah. She found someone to give his life meaning. There you go. I'm not sure if she's necessarily meant to be a temptress, or more like just sort of a foolish young love that isn't necessarily going to last, you know? A cold stone throne, carved in jade, lily white Lilith. She might actually represent drugs too. That's another possibility. That she's supposed to represent drugs, and like basically he couldn't really find a meaning to his life, and then he ended up, you know, in this situation, especially considering the next song. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what they meant. Closes in on me. I can hear whirring sound growing near. I can place it on the tunnel lit up by whatever's coming here. Two open roads are laying through, and a face of highlight fills the air. Yeah, that's the song. This is an instrumental. And during that, it's like it goes really quiet. And then there's like these two bright golden lights that start slowly glowing through the song and become blinding. It's just a really nice bit. It's called The Waiting Room. I feel like to me, I'm not sure. To me, The Waiting Room is like, you know, maybe he doesn't really find a meaning to his life other than kind of a, you know, other than kind of an empty one. And then he sort of ends up feeling like his entire life is a waiting room, you know? Like he's just kind of waiting to die or something. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's supposed to represent like a scary moment of his life. Like it's like sort of a moment of depression where he was going through it, you know? He was still aimless for a while. Maybe that like represents searching for meaning still. You know? I'm not sure. But it's, you know, it's a very musically evocative song. Of just this scary, weird moment that then turns into something beautiful.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Yeah, a little bit of meowing. Wonder if I can get a shot, if I can find a shot of the stage during this song. I don't think I can. No, I can only find I can find an image of 2 songs later, but not this one. Yeah, that's the most Pink Floyd that Genesis ever gets, I think. You know? Very, very Piper at the Gates of Dawn bit. Very Interstellar Overdrive, you know? Really dipping into space rock for a few minutes. Yeah, there you go. That's when the 2 lights. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. I can imagine. I'm now, you know what? I'm now wondering, did Rael from the cult decide to take this name because of this album? I feel like that's possible. You might have actually taken it because of this album. I wonder. That would be scary. This song, anyway. 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 Oh, the pumping's nearly over for my sweetheart. This is the one for me. Time to meet the chef. Oh boy, Running Man is out of death. Feel cold and old and it's getting hard to catch my breath. It's back to ash. And now you've had your flash, boy. The rocks in time compress your blood to oil, your flesh to coal, enrich the soil, not everybody's goal. Anyway, they say she comes on a pale horse, but I'm sure I hear a train. Oh boy, I don't even feel no pain. I guess I must be driving myself insane. Damn it all, and I'll triple in heaven, or heaven plug a hole in earth. How wonderful to be so profound, when everything you are is dying underground. So this song, I think, is him sort of realizing that he's dying. That this is like a dying dream. Or it could be him reminiscing of a near-death experience he had. That could still be a flashback, I'm not sure. But I've always read it as him sort of, coming to realize that this has been like a dying dream. And him sort of waiting for death. Sort of coming to terms with his mortality. Or maybe it's literally him remembering coming to terms with mortality, too. Yeah, a lot of things this could be. I'm not sure. And then the next song is him meeting with death. I could have pulled a rope, let me off at the rainbow. I could have been exploding in space, different orbits for my bones. Not me, just quietly buried in stones. Keep the deadline open with my maker. See me stretch, God's elastic acre. The doorbell rings and it's good morning, Rail. So sorry you had to wait. It won't be long, yeah. She's rarely very late. There you go. Death was just late. That's why you were in the waiting room so long, I guess. Death was late. It doesn't happen often, but, you know, sometimes she's got a lot of shit to do. Here comes the supernatural anesthetist. If he wants you to snuff it, all he has to do is puff it.
He's such a friend of himself.
Yeah, I guess he's, meeting with a psychopomp here. And during this song, there's like the silhouette of the supernatural anesthetist dancing in the back. It's like a weird gangly figure with long fingers dancing. Very odd. As psychopomps go, it's not too bad. Yeah, like Nosferatu, but with a weird hat. With a weird, three-horned hat there. Alright, and after this, finally we've reached the promised song, which I suppose now represents sort of like him going back into memories and like remembering sort of drowning his misery in sex or something like that. I'm not too sure. Or that might be more of a supernatural sort of thing now, Like maybe he's being now tempted while in the afterlife. It might not necessarily be a memory anymore. But yeah, this song is called The Lamia. And I think it's probably one of the most beautiful songs on the album. And yeah. Here it is. It really is quite a pretty song. And it just so happens to feature, some serpent women devouring the hero. So there we go. Sorry for the spoilers. Yeah. He knows he must be near. He finds a long passageway lit by chandelier. Think Jimmy takes the perfume change from familiar fragrance to flavor strange. Magnificent chamber meets his eye. I think that's probably my favorite track on this album. Inside the long rosewater pool, shrouded by fine mist, falling into moist silence with a warm breeze each gently kissed. Thinking he is quite alone, he enters the room as it was worries all. But ripples on the sweet pink water reveal some company unthought of. Rail stands astonished, doubting his sight, stripped by beauty, gripped with fright. 3 vermilion snakes of female face, the smallest motion, fear with grace. Muted melodies fill the echoing hall, but there is no sign of warning in the siren's call. Oh, you're welcome, we are the Lamia of the pool. We have been waiting for the waters to bring you cool. That's pretty good, CGRD. It's always something like that, isn't it? I think Scientology kind of started for something similar. He was like a... Yeah. Wait, wasn't L. Ron Hubbard like a commentator for car racing? Is there something about having a car-related job and starting cults? That's a weird pattern. putting fear beside him. He trusts in beauty blind. He slips into the nectar, leaving his shredded clothes behind. With their tongues they taste, test, and judge all that is mine. They move in a series of caresses that glide up and down my spine. As the name I feel no pain, only a magic that a name would stain. With the first drop of my blood in their veins, the faces are convulsed with mortal pains. The fairest cry, we all have loved you, rail. Each empty snake-like body floats, silent sorrow in empty boats. The bitter showers fills the room, the bitter harvest of a dying bloom. Rooted for sunshine I know I will not find. In which I'd lain entwined. Oh, Lamia, your flesh that remains I will take as my food. It is the scent of garlic that lingers on my chocolate fingers. That's right. He doesn't get eaten. He does the eating. Ha! Fucking twist. Y'all didn't expect that. Fucking Genesis swerving right. That's right. I mean, they did bite him, but they immediately died. As soon as his blood, they immediately die. That might be a bad sign, Rail. You might want to get that checked. Looking behind me, the water turns icy blue. The lights are dimmed, and once again the stage is set for you. So for this entire song, the singer Peter Gabriel is surrounded by like a weird fabric tube with like snakes painted on it. Let's see if I can find an image. And it rotates, and he's singing from inside of it. Yeah, there you go. Find some images of it here. Again, like I say, Genesis really had like funky ideas. They had really funky ideas for their performances. And now, an instrumental for that represents his sorrow. Now, what the hell did this song represent? I don't know. I don't know what this song represents. I mean, it probably represents his first actual first actual sexual encounter. But something that sort of happened once and then he never saw them again, you know? That's probably it. And then it turns out, he never saw them again, but perhaps they left him a little, present a little parting gift for him to remember them by. We'll see. The next song is called A Visit to the Doctor. Yep. This is the song that I mentioned before about his dick getting ripped off. And it comes, like I said, with sound effect. Well, some sort of, disease at least. Maybe it was cooties. Maybe it was cooties. And so what happens here is that at this song, during this bit, he's still covered by the tube, but it's not lit anymore. So now the tube is only hiding what he looks like. But while he's in the tube, he uses that time for a costume change, you see? Because there's a very important costume change that happens during this bit for the next song. Because Rael is, let's say, forever changed by this encounter. Well, maybe not forever. Yep. Oh, and his dick being ripped off is only the start of his worries, I'm afraid. Oh, it gets worse. It gets comically worse. I love that this next song starts with a voice very quietly saying "Papati pop," which I think is very funny. You really have to raise the volume to hear it. You're gonna hear "Papati pop," and then the song starts very loudly right after that. I don't know why, but it's funny. Oh, right, no. Right, it's not right away. I forgot. It's not right away. Right. There's a little bit of weird noises first. And I think this is when he reveals this is when he reveals the like the tube comes down and now Peter Gabriel basically looks like a giant tumor. Yeah, this is what he looks like after the tube comes out. There you go. Now that's a sex symbol right there. Yep. Yeah, that's Genesis right there. Genesis loved that kind of shit. They loved that kind of shit. Unfortunately, after Peter Gabriel was gone, they basically stopped doing that. They stopped with all their extravagant shows. They just did very basic shows from that point on. Oh, Papati Pop. There you go. That's where it happens. And now he's singing with that horrible disguise on. I'm gonna go in a stranger crowd. Their skin are covered in shiny lumps, with points around the crusty's chin. As temperatures like rubber stumps. And please join. He basically finds a group of people that look exactly like him. Find just a bunch of folks that also caught it, basically. Now he realizes that he looks like them too. Yep. Jumping off the table. It could have been, yeah. It could have been about AIDS. Let's see. What year was this? What year was this album again? Yeah, it was just... I think it was end 70s. I think it was towards the end of the 70s or maybe early 80s. Yeah, it could be. Number into a tube. Although, like, the diseased look here makes me think less of the AIDS epidemic and more of syphilis. But that's very possible. Hmm. Right out of my hands. So he removed his... He ripped off his junk. He ripped off his junk, and now a raven has swooped down and stolen his dick away, and flew away with his dick. And now he's running after the raven. So, Gender? I don't know. Probably not. I don't. There might be Gender in this album, but I'm not sure. Some concern. Is it Landshark? You might. What do you think, Landshark? Is it Gender if Raven steals your penis? Is that Gender? I don't know. That's so Raven. It might be. Hmm. That could be. Although it was infamous that like this album was almost, like all of the lyrics were basically by Peter Gabriel, and that was kind of the reason why he sort of left the band shortly after, is he was sort of taken over. He wanted to go solo. But that's possible. That doesn't make that impossible. Like he could still. Just because someone was sort of taken over the writing of the lyrics doesn't mean like the other band members weren't, you know. I don't know like any of the specifics here. It's almost the end of the album. Almost the end. Just a few more songs left. With a reprise of the first song called "The Light Dies Down on Broadway." Because like this is still, Rail has found a way out. Rail has found a way out of his coma nightmare dimension thing. He couldn't get his dick back, unfortunately. He's gone. The Ravens got it. But he might have found a way out. Yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. As he walks along the Borgia's ledge, he meets a sense of yesteryear. Though in the bank above his head reveals his home amidst the streets. Subway sounds, the sounds of complaint, the smell of acid on his gun of paint as he carves out anger in blood red band. Destroy tomorrow by unknown hand, my home. Is this the way out from this endless scene? Or is your fingers to another dream, and the light dies down on Broadway, and as the skylight beckons him to leave, he feels the sea from far below. Oh, in the raging water lies the form of Brother John. He cries for help. The gate is fading now and open wide. But John is drowning, I must decide between the freedom I had in the rat race, or stay forever in this forsaken place. Hey, John. river, back to beat this road, back to the void where it came from, and the light dies down on Broadway. So yeah, he had an opportunity to get out of there, to wake back up from this stupor he's in, but then you see Brother John, who has failed to help him even one time so far. But he's decided to throw away his chance to get out, to go help his brother. Alright, we're reaching the finale. Reaching the finale. All right. Here it is. The conclusion. He said, "Evil Knievel, you got nothing on me." Because he's dashing down the side of a ravine to help his brother. It's a bit of a... And how you fight in the cold, feel the cold all around, and the rush of crushing water surround me with its sound, striking out to reach you, reach you through the other side. When you're racing in the rapid, there's only one way, that's to ride. Taken down by the undertow. And I'm spiraling down the riverbed. My fire is burning low. Catching hold of a rock that's far. I'm waiting for John to be carried past. We hold together, and through the rapids fast. And when the waters flow down, and there's no one left to keep. And the twist. John was himself. He's learned to help himself. See? Very cheesy ending. There you go. It was his own face. And that's the final song. Those lyrics are not the lyrics of this song. It is now. Every down. Like it's not, it is raining in your hometown. It is chicken, it is eggs, it is in between your legs. It is walking on the moon, it is not. It's not a passing phase. It is in the It's a very cheesy ending. It is here. It is now. Not even in the faith, it is hope for you bound to close me out. taken for a ride. They only choose the side. It is here. It is now. It is real. It is right. It is lonely. Yes, it's only like a Noah, but I like it. Yes, it's only like a Noah, but I like it. Yes, it's only like a Noah, but I like it. But it's only like a Noah, but I like it. There we go. That was The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. You know. I guess he found himself. That's how it ends, you know? He found himself. He had I'm not sure if it means that he dies at the end, or if it means that he sort of, you know, this near-death experience of collapsing in the street sort of somehow gives him this new lease on life. Or something like that. I'm not too sure. Not too sure what exactly is the implication. It's a little cheesy, but you know. It's a little cheesy. But that's just, you know, that's prog rock for you. Prog rock is always a hell of an experience, but a little pretentious. That's how we like it. But if you think that it's pretentious, you've been taken for a ride. Yeah, they never really made an album like this after that, unfortunately. That was sort of the swan song of this kind of album. The next album they made after this is still really good, though. But, you know, we don't have time for that. But it's A Trick of the Tail. But it's not a concept album like this. Although it does have a nice little sort of bookend track. But I really quite like A Trick of the Tail, but that was after Peter Gabriel left. But Steve Hackett was still with them. So, you know, there was still a little bit of the spirit of old Genesis there. But then after that album, Steve Hackett also leaves. And at that point, it becomes a very different band. Still good, though. They still made a few bangers after that. But, you know, that was really the end of the old Genesis. That album was like the final really pretentious album they made. A little bit of a similar story with what happened with Pink Floyd. You know, after The Wall, like The Wall was like their last big pretentious album. And then, you know, Roger Waters left the band from that point on. Because he wanted to keep going in sort of an artistic, sort of meaningful direction. But he was sort of taking over the band and doing that. So he went to a solo career. While the rest of the band was not really interested in doing that. They wanted to, you know, something like that. I don't know the details. But, you know, it's sort of a story that happened multiple times with prog rock bands. Or like they really push the pretentious bar, I guess. And eventually something snaps and then there's a schism in the band. It happens. But it resulted in some very good music. Well, I think there was a lot of bad blood with in the case of Pink Floyd. I don't think there was bad blood in the case of Genesis. Because if I remember, like, the different band members of Genesis still, like, worked together after, like, they left for, like, solo careers. I don't know if there was bad blood between Peter Gabriel and Phil Collins. I don't know the history of that. I know there is bad blood between, at least it's probably, you know, old history now. But there was definitely bad blood between Roger Water and you know, Pink Floyd's Roger Water and David Gilmour. Like there's Pink Floyd songs from after Roger Water left that are clearly intended to be about the breakup, you know? There's some very obvious, very heavy-handed songs there. Including one where, in the lyrics, David Gilmour reminisces when Roger Water told him to go fuck himself. And, like, he airs that out literally in one of the songs. It's a little... I think that's kind of funny. Like, there's a song that's literally, like, intended for Roger Waters in the Division Bell album. And all the album is called The Division Bell, you know? And in one of the songs, it's, you know, and then there's that time. And then you told me to go fuck myself. And then I knew that I just couldn't win. It's something like that, the lyrics. So yeah, it was a very... Pink Floyd had a much more messy breakup. I think the Genesis breakup was more amicable. I think it was literally just... Peter Gabriel wanted to, you know... Yeah. He wanted to keep making sort of... his more lyrical music. His more... he wanted to go in his own direction. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if Peter Gabriel worked with Steve Hackett. I know Phil Collins worked with Steve Hackett. The singer criticizing her ex? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure that happens. If you don't specify a band, then the answer is definitely must be yes, you know. That must happen. That's just, you know, that's just what people sing about relationships a lot. You'll have to be more specific with us, like a band. More specific than not Pink Floyd, for sure. Yeah. I mean, Pink Floyd does have a song, but it's not... The Pink Floyd does have a song where, you know, the singer talks about a relationship, but you're not meant to empathize with the singer in the song. It's like a character, and it's meant to paint a very negative image of the character that is from The Wall. Like, the main character singing is not doing well. He's really fucked up at this point, you know. Like, you're not meant to empathize with him. I mean, you're meant to empathize with him, but you know, with a certain second degree. You're meant to be a little bit horrified at what he's become, you know. something that they unfortunately actually like censored a bit for the movie version of the song. The movie version of the song kind of makes it more tame, and that actually makes it seem like sort of the album is taking his side. But in the original version of the album, it's more meant to be like, ooh, okay, wait, you know. You know, it's not, yeah, the movie version of that song kind of changes the tone a bit just by removing one line, you know? Anyway, yeah. Yeah, making some good progress. I didn't make that many. I didn't complete that many frames, but I did some. These are very detailed frames here. So, you know, it's natural that it takes a little while. But, you know, these are still very, you know, these are very relaxing streams. So they've been fun. But yeah, this looks a lot better now. This looked so sketchy before. These look so sketchy before. All right, cool. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight, folks. That was a fun little trip through old Genesis. That was fun. Maybe next time I could put on some other bands to go through. I don't know which. I mean, maybe Pink Floyd, but Pink Floyd has a much, you know, that would be a lot more albums to go through with Pink Floyd. That might be fun to do too. Also, featuring a lot of music in a stream does mean that it's all going to get muted or removed on YouTube, so. So yeah, unfortunately, I imagine all of this is going to get yeah, it's all going to get muted. Actually, no, it shouldn't be recorded. So the Twitch VOD should not have the music, but it probably came through my mic. So it's probably getting muted. Yeah. Oh well. It's not a big deal. That does mean that if it mutes my voice, that if you watch Twitch VODs, you just hear me sing with no music in the background. That must be wonderfully wonderfully cringe. All right. But yeah, thank you all for watching, folks. I'm going to link my Patreon here. Please have a look. And let's look for someone to raid. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Oh, well, Mallow is still streaming.
He really can.
Yeah, let's raid Mallow.
Basically, so can Dan. Dan just can make fun of you until you literally die.
There we go.
Just comes up with terrible things.
Oh, I think that might be the end. That might be the end of Mallow's stream, though. Oh well. I mean, I didn't really find anyone else, so. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care.
Yeah, Dan can get so angry he explodes. It's very